All right, everybody, good evening. Welcome to night two of the 2023 NFL Draft. This is a special live edition of the Bird's Nest podcast. My name is Joe Donahue. We're here, we're hanging. We are just getting ourselves ready to see what's going to happen with the Eagles and with the rest of the NFL as we get started with rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL draft here. Those of you who missed night one, you missed a really, really crazy night here. So we started off, for those of you, again, who missed it, just a little bit of a summary as to what happened. The Carolina Panthers had the number 1 overall pick, and they picked Bryce Young, quarterback out of Alabama. And then things got weird from there. Houston had the number 2 overall pick, the Houston Texans. They went with C.J. Stroud, quarterback from Ohio State. And then it was supposed to be Arizona picking next, but Houston wound up trading Houston wound up trading with Arizona for that pick. That number 12 overall pick was what Houston had. They wound up trading that to the Arizona Cardinals, and so and in exchange they got the number 3 overall pick. So they shocked everybody, and they got possibly the best, if not they got possibly the best defensive end in the entire draft. Indianapolis and Seattle were pretty standard, and then Arizona, what happened? Well, Arizona stepped in, and they said, you know what, we're going to trade up. So we're going to trade back into the top 10. So they traded with the Detroit Lions back into the number 6 spot, so Detroit moved down to 12. And they got Paris Johnson Jr., tackle out of Ohio State. That was big. So the Cardinals making some intelligent moves. And then just before the draft yesterday, it actually broke that the Cardinals did not make some intelligent moves. The Cardinals wound up having to, or it was reported yesterday that the Cardinals self-reported some anti-tampering violations with former Eagles defensive coordinator and now head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon. Gannon was contacted in the days following the NFC Championship game, which is a big no-no. So the Eagles won the NFC Championship game, as we all recall. And what wound up happening was the Cardinals wound up contacting him. It sounds like Gannon basically fibbed a little bit in his introductory press conference when he was ultimately hired by the Cardinals, saying he knew nothing about that. And that was some news that directly impacted the Eagles. So the Eagles, I guess, raised a stink. The Cardinals ultimately wound up doing some self-reporting, and then the two teams settled. That settle does have an impact tonight. We will see that impact in just a little bit. We'll talk about that as we're getting ourselves ready for that. But certainly much bigger than any anti-tampering thing or what have you that occurred last night was the Philadelphia Eagles traded up one spot from number 10 to number 9. And they went and got defensive tackle Jalen Carter. This is a really, really, really good pick. Jalen Carter would have been a top 5 pick in this draft. Unfortunately, he was involved in some off-the-field stuff, some drag racing that ultimately resulted in some unfortunate accidents and unfortunate. I believe some folks died as a result of that, unfortunately. So Jalen Carter was not viewed so great off the field. And so he fell out of that top 5. He could have easily been the number 1 overall pick if it were not for this incident. But the Eagles wound up taking him. The Eagles wound up taking him at number 9 overall, a pick that I am really, really thrilled with because we've got holes on that defensive line with the departure of Javon Hargrave. So that's big. And then the other big thing that occurred for the Eagles was down at number 30 overall. Number 30 overall, the Eagles picked Nolan Smith, a linebacker, defensive linebacker out of Georgia. Again, huge, big night for the Eagles. Both of them actually out of Georgia. The Eagles are slowly becoming the University of Georgia Alumni Association for players. I mean, they've drafted Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith. They also have Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean, 4 guys right out of Georgia. So it's going to be fun. So that was last night. Again, I am thrilled with these picks. As the night goes forward, I anticipate we'll talk a little bit about the press conference that Howie had. Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith both appeared before the media just a little bit before we hopped on. So we will probably talk a little bit about that as well. But that was night 1 for the Eagles. Night 2 will consist of rounds 2 and 3. So rounds 2 and 3, we will start obviously with round 2, as you can see right over here. We're going to start with round 2. The order for round 2 is going to be Pittsburgh. They got their pick from Chicago. Then it's going to be Arizona, then Detroit, then Indianapolis, then the Los Angeles Rams, then it's going to be Seattle, then Las Vegas, Carolina, New Orleans, Tennessee, Green Bay, New York Jets, Atlanta, Green Bay again, New England, the Washington Commanders, the Detroit Lions, the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Miami Dolphins will get their first pick of the draft. Here, as will so the Miami Dolphins join the party. Seattle, Chicago will pick at 53 overall. The Los Angeles Chargers will pick following that. Then it's going to be Detroit, then Jacksonville, then the New York Giants, then Dallas, then Buffalo, then Cincinnati, then Chicago will pick again. And then it will be the Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs. All of that is barring any trades. The order for round 3, which will also occur tonight, and we will also have, in addition to round 3, we're going to have round 3 is going to run a little bit longer because what happens is the NFL, starting with the 3rd round, will offer compensatory selections in the NFL draft to accommodate for players who left during free agency the season prior. So we'll talk about those in just a minute here. The order in the 3rd round, again, barring any trades that may come up because there could be trades. It's going to start with Chicago, then Houston, then Philadelphia. So the Eagles will pick 3rd overall. This is, again, as I alluded to, this is one of the things that happened with regards to settling the anti-tampering. The Eagles and Arizona Cardinals swapped picks in the 3rd round, and I guess for equity reasons, the Eagles also forked over a 5th rounder, just by way of a heads up on that front there. Something like that. I forget exactly what the term was there. It's either they forked over, I think, a 5th rounder next year. Yeah. Alrighty. So the Eagles will pick the will pick 66 overall. Then Denver will pick twice, 67 and 68. This is in the third round. The Los Angeles Rams, then the Las Vegas Raiders, then New Orleans, then Tennessee. Then Houston's going to pick. Then Cleveland will pick. Houston Texans, the Cleveland Browns. Then the Atlanta Falcons. New England will pick at number 76 overall. The Los Angeles Rams will pick at number 77 overall. Green Bay, Indianapolis, Pittsburgh, Arizona, Tampa Bay, Seattle, Miami, the Los Angeles Chargers, the Baltimore Ravens, the Minnesota Vikings, the Jacksonville Jaguars, the New York Giants, the Dallas Cowboys, Buffalo Bills, Cincinnati Bengals. Carolina will pick at 93 overall. Arizona will pick at number 94 overall. Again, Arizona having the or having to swap picks with us for the anti-tampering violation. Then Kansas City will pick at number 95 overall, and this is where we start getting into compensatory selection. So Arizona will pick at number 96 overall as a part of the compensatory selections. Then it's going to be the Washington Commanders, the Cleveland Browns, the San Francisco 49ers, the Las Vegas Raiders, and then the San Francisco 49ers will pick again twice, actually, to round out the third round. Again, there is the formula for determining compensatory selections is confidential to the NFL. They don't share that. But it is very likely, like the Eagles are probably going to get some compensatory selections next NFL draft and in the 2024 NFL draft, simply because of the number of free agents that left the team. So it is a proprietary formula that's confidential to them, but it's very likely that the Eagles will get something out of that. We are just about 3 minutes away from starting the NFL Draft Round 2. So it is almost time to put the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock or to kick things off tonight. There's not as much, I don't think, ceremonial this go-round. So yeah, that's where we're at this point there. But yeah, definitely. What are you thinking? What should the Eagles do with the 62nd overall pick, the penultimate pick in the second round? What do you think they should do at number 66 overall, at the top of the third? Where do you think the Eagles should go? Should the Eagles try to trade up, try to trade back, gain some draft capital? What are we thinking here? What's your thought process? Let me know in the comments below, in the chat. Love to hear from you. You can also, again, to support the channel, feel free to like and subscribe to Birds Nest Media right here on YouTube. You can also visit our website, birdsnestmedia.com, where we will have written content when we can't put a video out, or a podcast episode or anything like that. You can also, again, just visit there for up-to-date information. You can also find Facebook and Twitter links there. And you can also find a link to our Patreon, which will help us, which will help me prep all of this and really support the channel. However you choose to support, even if you're just watching, I thank you so much for sitting in here and joining us today. It's going to be a fun night. It was a fun night last night. It was crazy. It was crazy. But here we go. We are about that time. Once we come back from the commercial break, it looks like we're probably going to get the second round of the NFL draft underway. So one of the things that's going to happen here with the round 2 of the NFL draft is that there are going to be players, former players, or NFL legends, etc., that are going to be making picks for the teams during the second round. The list was released not all that long ago. List was finalized yesterday, and it looks like so for the Eagles. The Eagles will be having their pick announced by Trent Cole. So former Eagles player Trent Cole. It'll be a good one. So that's going to be that'll be a great experience. I mean, certainly nothing is going to top David Akers. That was a little bit of an odd pick announcement from him, but it was great because the Eagles were winning the Super Bowl, won the Super Bowl the previous year, so nobody really cared. But yeah, Trent Cole, a player that I grew up watching. It's going to be a fun night here. We are just waiting at this point for the second round to get underway. The Pittsburgh Steelers, again, they are going to open up the selections with the second round. So we're just waiting and trying to see what they're going to do. One of the biggest surprises, just from a draft standpoint, was, and again, this isn't something necessarily that the Eagles should have done or anything like that, but one of the biggest surprises I know because he was lighting up mock draft boards over the course of the weeks leading up to this draft, so much so that he was actually one of the 17 players invited to the NFL draft. One of the 17 prospects. He was invited for it was Will Levis. Will Levis was projected to go in the top like 5 or 10. He was going to project to be one of those quarterbacks, and he didn't. He didn't go at all. So that was he has fallen down into the second round, and so there are some teams that could take a look at him. Certainly, Indianapolis. Indianapolis was talking about it. Jim Irsay over there in Indianapolis was tweeting about it a little bit, probably much to the chagrin of some of those fans there. Alrighty. So while we're waiting for the draft to officially kick off, I wanted to just share some of those highlights from Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni's press conference that occurred following the first round of the NFL draft. The first question right out of the gate was the homework that went into Jalen Carter. And he was asked by Tim McManus, one of the guys, or one of the Eagles beat reporters. He was asked what the Eagles found. And one of the things that he found once they got to know, his quote was, the players need to be developed. They're coming into the league at a very young age. They're not finished products. And I can, he makes a point here, and I can attest to it myself. When we were 21 or 22, we've definitely grown a lot from when we were then. So what he said was, when we got to know Jalen Carter, we just felt like here's a kid that he does love football. He's a winner. He won in high school. He won in college. And he said that we have really good people in the building, and that's certainly very true. I mean, the Eagles have spent a lot of time working on culture and creating um, a culture that players want to be a part of. I mean, you've got fans that you've got players that like they'll take team friendly deals because they want to be part of the team. So that is huge here. Commissioner Goodell is coming out to get round 2 of the draft underway here. And encouraging the boos, as is his tradition. He's joined by active duty service members who are going to help him kick off the second round. Chants of USA coming from the crowd assembled in Kansas City. And round 2 has officially begun. And the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. The countdown is on. Unlike last night, so last night the first round had 10 minutes between each pick. This night, the second round will have 7 minutes between each pick. And then for the third and subsequent rounds, it will be 5 minutes. So these picks are going to go much faster than they went last night. So just we will be ready here. So we're just waiting on all of that to come through here. But yeah, that. So going back to what Howie was talking about when it comes to Jalen Carter, he was talking about the homework and for something that for the culture that the Eagles have spent these last several years trying to build, the culture that this Eagles team has been trying to foster, that players want to be a part of the team. It's huge. So certainly the Jalen Carter football performance is great, but how does he blend in with the culture? And that he talks about how they've got really good people in the building, really good support staff, and that is very evident. That is very evident. So Howie was also asked about Nolan Smith. Nolan is Nolan was projected to go much earlier in the draft. He was not projected to go right at the moment that he did, but he did. And Howie talks a little bit about the flexibility. They were fielding calls, and they didn't want to get too cute with the pick, which I know sometimes in the past the Eagles have been very, very cute with their first round picks. So for there to be, you know what, this is just a standard. We're just doing this. That's good. Um, Taking a look here again, going through some of these highlights. And I'm also keeping my eyes on here. We've got about a little less than 4 minutes for the Pittsburgh Steelers to submit their pick. Reuben Frank was a little critical, maybe a little too critical of the Eagles of Jalen Carter. Um, and something that Nick Sirianni very very aptly pointed out. So the reporters that are in Kansas City, the reporters got a Zoom call with Carter, and the indication was that they were uh, and Howie made it a point to say that the Eagles spent a lot of time investigating the drag racing incident. They talked to Jalen about a variety of things, and he said that they don't go into a lot of what the players talk about, and it's the same or what he talks to the players about. He says that on that front there. He wouldn't talk about anything there. We've got a pick in here from Pittsburgh, so we're just going to wait for that to pop in there. But that pick is in. Um, Howie was really really challenged to stand up for the player, which he definitely did with Ruben. Um, Ruben Frank was really pressing on certain things that it seemed like crossed a line with Howie and Nick based off of how they were responding to his questions. Um, but Jeff McLean offered an opportunity and offered an opportunity for them to come to his defense and also acknowledge the fact that um, there was a tragic event and that they needed to have a little bit of empathy for that um, and Howie did do a good job of answering that. Um, Alrighty, here comes the pick. Here comes the first pick for tonight, and that is the pick made by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Pittsburgh Steelers are going to be have their pick announced by Hall of Famer Alan Faneca. Joey Porter Jr. Cornerback, it looks like he could also flex into safety from Penn State. So the Pittsburgh Steelers not needing to go super far down the turnpike to pick up their next player here. So that is big for them. Certainly, probably going to be a lot of celebration over in Happy Valley. So going to be excited there for that. There's a peek into the Steelers draft room. So that's going to be exciting there. The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. The Cardinals, again, they have the second pick in the second round. So this is pick number 33 overall for them. They're on the clock for here. Arizona, certainly, I mean, they will. Arizona being on the clock. This was part of their trade back to allow Houston to take the third overall pick right after they had taken the second overall pick. Arizona has about 3 minutes or so left before their pick is due. So we are certainly keeping our eyes on that. Again, you can tell these picks are going to be moving much faster tonight. Because there's not as much time between the picks. Fun fact: if the clock expires, the next player, so the next team would be able to, or it would go on the clock immediately, right? So if the Cardinals right now were to take all 7 minutes and they don't submit a pick at that point, the next team on the list, which would be Detroit in this case, they would be able to start making a selection. If they had a name available, they could submit the name. And if the name, if they got their name in before the Cardinals did, tough. Cardinals would be forced to pick somebody else. So this is really like a exclusivity period of time. We've got about 2 minutes left here for the Cardinals before their pick is due. So this will probably be a little bit more relevant in some of the later rounds, going way back to when the NFL draft was 2 days long and there were 15 minutes, 1-5, between each pick. That's the length of one NFL quarter. You could easily have hours go by, and we wouldn't have even been out of the first round. That's why draft day used to be quite a length of time. So we're just kind of waiting here for the Cardinals to turn in their pick. They're at a little bit less. They've got about 80 seconds, 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock here. So it's 69 seconds left. So there's been some color change. No, there has not been some color change yet. There is actually. This is big. We have not gotten even gotten out of there yet. And oh my goodness, there is a trade. Tennessee is taking on the selection, and their pick is actually already in. So just waiting on that pick to arrive. What are the terms of this trade? Because for some of these later rounds, we might not see just straight up pick swaps. All right, here is the trade. They get the 33rd overall, and then they get the 81st overall. The Titans do. And then Arizona gets the 41st overall. They get their pick that they got from the Eagles, the 72nd overall, and they get a 2024 third. Okay. So that is, again, that's big. The Titans pick is in. So they came up from 41, so Arizona is now at 41. Will Levis. Quarterback out of Kentucky. It's about time for him. He was projected to go in the first round. He did not. So he is, but he did go He did go with the second pick in the second round. Good historically, it's been a good spot. I mean, certainly the Eagles have Eagles fans. We have experience with quarterbacks going early in the second round. Jalen Hurts being the prime example of that. So it is the terms of the trade. The Titans acquired the 33rd overall and the 81st overall from Arizona. So the 81st overall is Arizona's third, so that's going to be Tennessee. And then the Cardinals got 41, 72, and a 2024 third round pick. So whatever that pick is. That does put the Lions on the clock at this point. So this is the Lions and their pick. Again, this is going to be rapid fire right now here because their pick is already in. The Lions got this pick tonight. This third pick in the second round from Arizona when Arizona traded back up from number 12 to number 6. So that is going to be important there. So there we go. The pick is in. We are waiting on that to be announced. So apparently Tannehill is going to be. The Titans could be getting out of Tannehill's contract. Here comes the commissioner with the Lions selection. Sam Laporta, tight end from Iowa. So the Lions are going receiver here, getting some impact players there, hopefully for them, so that way they can be a little bit more weaponized. That does put the Indianapolis Colts on the clock. Shane Steichen leads the Indianapolis Colts as head coach. So we're just hanging out here waiting to see what's going on that front there. And Will Levis, his wait is officially over. Expecting Will to people were definitely expecting Will to go much sooner than he actually did. Will apparently did not show up for the second round. All reports are that he did not make an appearance over there. So the Colts have about 3 minutes left. And it actually looks like their pick has been... no, they did not pick. My bad. There's been another trade. There's been another trade. There's been another trade. The Colts traded their pick, the fourth pick in the second round, to the Las Vegas Raiders. And the Las Vegas Raiders have their pick in right now. So we are waiting for that announcement, which will probably not happen before commercial. This is absolutely crazy. So the Raiders have traded up. The Raiders have traded up. So we're waiting now on what that is going to be here. What is the announcement? Okay, it looks like so the Colts are going to get the 38th overall. And they're also going to get 141. So they're going to get 141 overall, which is going to be a fifth round pick. They're showing all right. They confirmed the trade and immediately the pick came in. So we are waiting to hear what that pick is going to be, and then the LA Rams will make their first appearance in the draft. The LA Rams did not pick in the first round. So yeah, here are the terms, the official terms. The Raiders received the 35th overall pick. That's what they're picking at now. The Colts get the 38th overall pick, and they also get the a fourth rounder. Or a fifth rounder. Here comes the Las Vegas Raiders selection. Commissioner Goodell out here to make the announcement. Michael Mayer from Notre Dame. Michael Mayer, tight end from Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish. Doing some really good stuff there. They're showing some replays. Yeah, so that's good news for them here. But yeah, I mean, you can see already here, like, this is my, we've already got lines on lines on lines on the teams there. This is an insane draft. This is an insane NFL draft. I printed out a fresh sheet actually today because the NFL provided a clean slate here, so that way I didn't have to read my own chicken scratch for the first round. But yeah, so Michael Mayer, and that will put the Los Angeles Rams on the clock. Again, they're there for the first. This is their first selection. And it is their first selection. They won. They missed the playoffs this past season. They won Super Bowl 56 in the 2022 NFL season. That's one again. That's a huge thing there. We got less than 2 minutes before the Rams pick is due. But what happened? The Rams sort of basically auctioned the store. Um, they wanted to make a run, but they didn't. They weren't sustainable, and this was something that they got a lot of critique for. They had a stupid comment that was made by Cowboys owner Jerry Jones about this. There's a minute and 20 seconds left, waiting for their pick. But they basically sold their future for a run at the Super Bowl. This year. The pick is in now for the Rams. So once they come back from commercial, we will see what that is going to be, what that pick is. Yeah, but it's they sold a lot of their future effectively for one run. That was something. There was a really, really, really stupid comment that Cowboys owner Jerry Jones made in terms of trying to compare the Rams to the Eagles, and he was trying to compare the Eagles to this season to the Rams last season. The difference I would say from that is, well, the Eagles actually invested in not just a run at the Super Bowl this year, but in the future they're making significant investments. It's not like things are going to be running around. The Rams went and they auctioned off their future. They went and they made some stupid long term decisions in pursuit of immediate gratification. The Eagles certainly, as Eagles fans, we know we won a Super Bowl this year. We never want to do anything like tanking. We never want to do anything like etc. We want to win. We expect as fans to be contenders every year. Even in years when there may be a rebuild, and we acknowledge that, we still expect to contend. We still expect certain things. We expect to beat the Cowboys every year. We expect to sweep the Cowboys every year. The pick is in. They came back from commercial. We are waiting to see what that pick is going to be. But yeah, the Cowboys owner was trying to compare us to that, and we do expect immediate gratification on that front, but we also expect longer term. We expect a little bit longer term stuff there, and yeah, that is. That's what the Rams did not do. We because we expect to be, as fans, contenders every year. We don't want the future to be auctioned off. The Rams pick tonight is being announced by Torrey Holt, a former player for them. It's a wide receiver. Steve Avila, guard from TCU. Guard from TCU, and that will move the tracker over to have Seattle be on the clock. So we are waiting on Seattle. Seattle got this pick from Denver. So they're showing all that stuff there, showing all the excitement. Sean McVay calling Steve Avila, and it's going to be that's some news for them. The pick is in for Seattle. Again, as I alluded to. Things like this are going to rounds. The later rounds are going to move much faster than the first round. Here's the commissioner. Derek Hall, edge rusher from Auburn. And that is actually the last pick that they have in the trade for Russell Wilson. That will put Indianapolis back on the clock. So Indianapolis has had some time now to think about who they want, who they're going to go for. So that is, we'll see what they choose to do here. This will be a good pick for them. I think Derek is going to be a good selection for them. So we'll see what happens on that front there, certainly. I mean, these are all snap judgments. It really takes several years to really evaluate a draft class and how a draft went. So that's definitely something to keep on the radar there. Indianapolis has traded again. Hello. Indianapolis has traded their pick to the Atlanta Falcons. They will get the 44th overall. So the Atlanta Falcons are picking now. The Indianapolis Colts get the 44th overall and a 4th round pick, the 110 overall. Let me go ahead and write those notes in there. And the pick is in for Atlanta. Pick is in for Atlanta. So this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. And thank you so much for joining us as we watch this draft unfold. This is exciting. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, so there we are. The Indianapolis Colts might just keep trading back. Who knows what's going to happen? They're one of their executives, Jim Irsay, was talking earlier today. It's like, should we go for Will Levis? And they can't do that anymore because Will Levis now belongs to Tennessee. John Abraham making the selection for the Atlanta Falcons. Matthew Bergeron, tackle from Syracuse. So that is that there. That does put Carolina Panthers on the clock. Again, this is the second, these later rounds can be trade city, folks. Honestly, the first round was trade city. We had a number of trades happen in the first round. So that again is it is big. So Carolina is on the clock though, and they've got a little less than 5 minutes before their pick is due. So yeah, about 3 minutes and 3.5 minutes left for Carolina to turn their pick in. We're still talking about that first round pick the those first round picks. One of the things that happened was Nick Sirianni actually got to go down, shoot some basketball with them, and talk with them to figure out some things. He was saying during or following the first round last night. He said that he talked with them a long time to figure out their toughness, their love of football, and the competitive nature that they have. So he got to know them certainly and really liked them. They were tough on film, yes, but he got to explore. He got to prod them a little bit and figure out what was going on. They played a little horse, apparently. Sirianni beat Jalen Carter, but lost to Nolan Smith. And Sirianni apparently watched Jalen Carter. Apparently, his big move is he can do a windmill dunk without taking a step. So that a little bit of fun there. And the pick is in for Carolina. So the pick is in for Carolina. So we are waiting for that pick. That pick's going to come when we leave commercial here. There is zero chance, just looking at the tampering issue. So there was speculation this morning that when the news broke about Jonathan Gannon being involved in a tampering situation, there was speculation this morning that impacted. Sirianni said that Gannon gave everything he had to that game to the Super Bowl. So he said that. That having been said, I mean, it's logical to speculate on that front there. And one of the things that was pointed out was that now in my lifetime, the Eagles have appeared in 3 Super Bowls, and in 2 of them, there were shady things that were going on that could have impacted whether or not the Eagles won the game. The first one, the most recent one, being the Jonathan Gannon situation, and then the other time was the 2004 Super Bowl 39, where the Eagles were facing off against the Patriots, and then shortly after, the Patriots were involved in the Spygate scandal, the original scandal. The Panthers pick is in being announced by running back Jonathan Stewart. Let's hear what it is. Jonathan Mingo, a wide receiver from Ole Miss. I know that there are some folks out there who are not going to be happy about that if they need wide receivers in the draft. More and more, there was a run of wide receivers last night, and now there's a wide receiver that came off the board here in the second round. So we will see here what's going to happen. It does put the New Orleans Saints on the clock. They've got about 3.5 minutes left before their pick is due. Again, these picks in these later rounds are going to go a lot faster. So if you were joining us for any length of time over the course of the first round, you know that there were 10 minutes that elapsed between picks during the first round. In the second round, it gets a little bit more compressed. We have 7 minutes. And then in the third and any subsequent rounds after that, it's going to be 5 minutes. The New Orleans Saints are at about 2 minutes and 45 seconds left before their pick is due. So we're just waiting on that pick to arrive. You're just hanging in there, waiting for what's going to happen there. 2.5 minutes left before that pick is due. Again, there was a lot of talk about personality last night when it came to Jalen Carter, and a lot more talk about Carter than about Nolan Smith. The pick is in for New Orleans. So the pick is in for New Orleans, so we will await that pick announcement. A lot of talk about personality. Certainly, I think there was the traumatic event that occurred involving drag racing. So he had a spring that wasn't necessarily in line with the rest of his career. That was the point that was made there. So if you take a look at that, and he spoke about Roseman, how he spoke a little bit also about the need for every player to come in needing some extra. Every player who comes in needing support. I mean, again, 21, 22-year-old kids. Think about how you were in 21 and 22. When Jeffrey Lurie says that Jalen Hurts is the most mature 24-year-old that he's ever met, think about how you were when you were 21, 22. You made mistakes, I'm sure. Here comes the Saints selection that is going to be announced by Roman Harper. He's a safety. He won Super Bowl 44 with New Orleans. sometimes these announcements run much longer than the actual picks. Isaiah Foskey, defensive edge rusher from Notre Dame. Another Notre Dame guy, Isaiah Foskey. Notre Dame having a night tonight. And that will put the Arizona Cardinals on the clock. So, yeah, Notre Dame having a night tonight. The second round has already seen two of their guys go. Isaiah Foskey, that'll be a good pick for New Orleans. They need a lot of help. They were at the bottom of one of the worst divisions in the NFL. Probably the worst division in the NFL last season. The order, just to remind everybody, barring anything changing, because we know it already has to begin with, Arizona is on the clock now. Following Arizona, it's going to be Green Bay. Then it's going to be the New York Jets. Then it's going to be the Indianapolis Colts. Then it's going to be Green Bay again. So we're just hanging in there waiting for that. And actually, the pick is in now for the Arizona Cardinals. So the pick is in. So that's probably going to come in once a commercial is left, or once the commercial comes out. That will be announced, and that will put Green Bay on the clock. But we will wait to see what that is going to be once the pick is announced. Yeah, but that whole culture thing, and especially after what happened during the Carson Wentz era, especially after what happened with the Chip Kelly years, the culture definitely needed some attention, and that piece seems to be very, very prevalent, and that certainly was one of the biggest question marks surrounding Jalen Carter's selection. Is would he have a sort of a culture shock, if you will? I don't want to use that word. Will he get along here? Because the Eagles have zero tolerance for nonsense, right? But at the same time, the Eagles have some improve or have some things to do here. There was a article that I saw on crossingbroad.com that actually talked about that exact point. Was I want to search here real quick. This was something. Just trying to find it here. Okay, so all right, so we are waiting on this to arrive, and then what's going to happen is pretty much right after that, just because of how again quickly these picks move. The Packers pick is already in. according to the folks over at NFL Network. Packers pick is already in. So, all right, here's uh, uh, here's Jonathan Gannon, Mr. Colluder. There, he's celebrating whatever. We'll come back to Jonathan Gannon. There's a lot to talk about tonight. Night one, a lot of this stuff happened. There was a lot to digest. Tonight we'll talk a little bit about it. Here comes the Arizona Cardinals. Their pick is being announced by Aeneas Williams. He's a Hall of Fame cornerback. We're waiting on that pick. Again, these picks are taking much longer. BJ Ojulari, edge rusher from LSU. From LSU. All right. So that will put the Green Bay Packers on the clock. This is one, and actually, the Packers pick's already in, so we're gonna even ignore that. Yeah, so the Packers pick's already in, so we're not even gonna deal with the on the clock thing. The pick is already in. Again, these picks are going to go, like, the time between them is going to go much faster, especially as the networks decide, we're going to take commercials, or the picks announcements are going to be delayed. So the Jets are actually on the clock right now. All right. Here comes the commissioner. Luke Musgrave, tight end from Oregon State. Got a little bit of a weapon there for Jordan Love. Little bit of a weapon here. The Jets have been on the clock for quite a bit of time already. They are actually in the sub 3-minute mark. So if you're keeping time here, it will take a little bit of time for folks to do that. They got a weapon for Jordan Love. They got a receiver. And I know that's something that Packers fans were really hoping would happen one of these days. So, alrighty. Waiting. The Jets are hitting the 2-minute marker here for their pick. They are on the clock right now, so we're just waiting on that pick to slide in here, and the pick is actually in right on cue. Right as I say, we're waiting on that to pop in. There it goes again. Time between this goes much faster. All right, so we are We're just hanging. How's this draft going for you? This second round. How is this second round going for you? Drop a note in the comments here. Definitely want to hear from you. There are things that you're excited about, things that you're hoping is going to happen, things that have happened that you've been like, huh, what? That is, I mean, yeah, there's been a lot of questions there. Indianapolis has now had about half of the second round to make their pick, a little bit less than half of the second round to think about who they want to pick. So they will be on the clock in just a moment after the Jets selection is announced, and it looks like it's going to be announced by DeBrickshaw Ferguson, tackle. Joe Tippmann, center out of Wisconsin. And that will put the Indianapolis Colts back on the clock for the third time this draft. For the third time this round, the Indianapolis Colts are back on the clock. This is a good pick for them. They need to. They're going to need to make sure that Aaron Rodgers has some protection under center. So that is again, it's a good pick for this crew here. Indianapolis, again, they are on the clock. They got their quarterback yesterday. They've got about 4 minutes left before their pick is due. Taking a look over at the draft board in Florham Park, New Jersey. All right, so Indianapolis is on the clock. They've got about 3.5 minutes left at this point. All right, let's keep talking a little bit. Let's keep talking a little bit about this. Uh, the pick is in for Indianapolis. Yeah, but the Eagles have been spending a lot of time focused on culture. The Eagles have spent a lot of time focused on like who is going to be the best fit for the team, and from not just a football standpoint, although the football standpoint is certainly very important. Um, the Eagles have actually spent a lot of time doing that for other players. And again, after Carson Wentz, after Chip Kelly before him as the head coach, that has been a focus. And so this is good. This is a big focus for those guys. So I'm again excited that Jalen Carter cleared that culture barrier and that other barrier, and it sounds like it's going to be a good fit for them, for him. And again, he'll have the opportunity. We're talking a lot about Jalen Carter, but certainly Nolan Smith. Really, really fortunate he fell to 30. Really, really fortunate he fell to 30. Because that's going to be huge to see him running around on the field. So we've got 4 guys from Georgia. The Eagles are the University of Georgia Alumni Association. All All right, we are waiting on the pick to be announced for the Indianapolis Colts. Once that is announced, actually, no, we'll start talking about it now a little bit here. So, the Jonathan Gannon nonsense here. So, yeah, there's been a lot of that. One of the things that, so C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the biggest tweeter deleter, tweeting and deleting his tweets during the course of the preseason season. I'll put a pin in this thought for right now. The Colts selection is being announced right now. The commissioner is making the announcement. Julius Brents, cornerback from Kansas State. So that will put the Green Bay Packers back on the clock. Yeah, so one of the things C.J. Gardner-Johnson tweeted, I don't know if he ever actually wound up deleting it, but he definitely tweeted that it seemed like the coaching staff was not. There is a trade alert. There is a trade alert. The Green Bay Packers have traded the pick to the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions are now on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look and see what the details of this trade are, because this is, again, a little insane here. Let's find out what's going on. Okay. And the pick is in for the Lions. I'm trying to find out what the terms of this trade are. The NFL Network. I'm watching this, watching the stuff through them, and boy, oh boy, they went to commercial. Yeah, so we're waiting to see what the what the terms of this trade are. The Lions are trading up. The Lions are trading up. Okay, it looks like the terms of the trade are the Packers will get pick number 159. Pick number 159, which is a fifth rounder. And the Packers will get pick 48. So the pick is in for the Lions. We're waiting on that pick to be announced. It's not going to happen until after the TV comes back from commercial. But it is most the scuttlebutt on the Twitter is that it's going to be a safety, Brian Branch. We'll see if that's accurate. 45th overall goes to the Lions. The Green Bay Packers receive the 48th overall and a fifth rounder, pick number 159. So as we await the Lions pick, because the Lions pick is now in, which will put New England on the clock. So we're just waiting on the Lions pick once the Lions pick is officially announced here. But there is speculation that it looks like it's going to be safety Brian Branch. We'll find out more about what that's going to be when that when that happens there. But in any event, C.J. Gardner-Johnson tweeted that the coaching staff didn't seem to be in it, or at least the defensive coaching staff didn't seem to be in it. Coming out now is Commissioner Goodell. He's going to make the announcement. Brian Branch was one of the 17 who was invited to the NFL draft. Two of them did not make it out of the first round, or or two of them made it out of the first round without a selection. One of them, of course, Will Levis. He did not show up. Brian Branch, they just announced this. He is the last one of those folks. So he is coming out, going to make his appearance on the stage, get his picture with the commissioner. Big move for these folks here. They don't do the ceremonial jersey for the second rounders, but they do have. He does get his moment on stage with Commissioner Goodell. So that will be that. New England is on the clock. So New England has about 5 minutes, give or take. We'll get an official clock here, get an official countdown in a minute. Yeah, so this is this is a good move for the Detroit Lions. Again, they're really trying to stock up to try and get some folks there. Try and maybe make their own run for a playoffs. They were pretty close to the playoffs this past season. They were eliminated by the Seattle Seahawks. If the Seattle Seahawks had lost in the final game of the season, and they had beaten the Packers, which they did beat the Packers, half of that occurred. The Detroit Lions would have been in the playoffs. The pick is in for the New England Patriots. So the pick is in. So that will set the Washington Commanders up for their appearance. Their first appearance of the second night of the NFL draft. So we're just hanging out here waiting. Again, how's this draft going for you? Do you like the picks that are being made? Do you like where do you think the Eagles are going to go? Certainly, I mean, we're an Eagles fan, or this is predominantly for Eagles fans, but we want to make sure that we're engaging all of our NFL brethren. So, what are you thinking? Do the Eagles have a chance? Do the Eagles have a chance to pick some really good players? Who do you think that they should be eyeing up in the second round? In the third round, because they're going to have an early pick in the third. Do you think maybe there's going to be some moves that are going to be made? Do you think Howie's going to be doing a little bit of trading around, moving back, accumulating some draft capital, getting some extra picks? What do you think is going to happen? What do you think what do you think will happen here with this Eagles with these Eagles picks here? We are about halfway. We're almost halfway through the second round. The pick is in, and it is going to be announced for the Patriots by Sebastian Vollmer. He was part of the Super Bowl 49 winning team with New England. Keon White. From Georgia Tech. So he is now part of the New England Patriots, and that will put the Washington Commanders on the clock. The first appearance tonight from the team in the NFC East. So they are there. We are at 47 overall. Yep, Keon White. And the pick is actually in for the Washington Commanders. Again, this night is going to go, at least pick-wise, it's going to go a lot faster. Keep saying that here. So the announcement is going to be made by a former Commanders player, London Fletcher, who played with the team from 07 to 13. Jartavius Martin from Illinois. It's like he's got a little bit of flexibility back there at the defensive end. So that puts the Green Bay Packers back on the clock. So the Green Bay Packers are on at number 48 overall. Again, we are halfway at this point through the second round of the NFL draft. Hang on, hang on. There has been a trade. There has been a trade. And the trade is actually the Green Bay Packers trading back again. So now it's Tampa Bay. Green Bay has traded back 2 slots. Cody Malk, guard from North Dakota State. From North Dakota State. So that is things happened quickly here in the NFL draft. Crazy times here. So that will put the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock. Barring anything crazy happening here. But the Pittsburgh Steelers have a few minutes. They've got about 3.5 minutes, probably, but definitely less than 4. Um, we're just waiting on their pick to come in. Looks like the pick is actually in at this point. And it looks like it's going to be announced after a commercial break. So that will put the Packers back on. We'll put the Packers back on the clock, and we'll get to them in just a few minutes here. But the pick is in for Pittsburgh. See all these trades happening, and I mean these early rounds, we see a lot of trades swapping. Some draft capital being accumulated. What were the terms of the Green Bay trade? Looks like the Packers pick may be in as well at number 50. Just trying to Okay. So here are the terms of the trade. It took a minute to find them because they haven't shared them. Just wasn't enough time. So the Packers got pick. So the Buccaneers got pick 48. Packers got pick 50, and they also got pick number 179, which is a sixth rounder. It's actually the second pick of the sixth round. All right. So again, a little bit of insanity here tonight, folks. Thank you so much for your patience here as we hang out. We are waiting for the Steelers to make their selection official. Alpha comes out there again. Keanu Benton. Okay. And apparently the Packers pick is in. So we're just going to just swap out their logo here. Yeah, so apparently the Packers pick is in. So we are going to hear what their pick is. That will put Miami on the clock. Miami does pick next. They're making their first appearance, as we alluded to a couple times last night. Miami had to forfeit their first round pick last night, or their first round pick in this year's draft, because of anti-tampering violations that they incurred while trying to get Tom Brady to leave the Buccaneers and go to the Miami Dolphins. That obviously didn't happen. Tom Brady played for the Buccaneers last year, and then and it wasn't even last year; it was a couple years ago. Here comes Leroy Butler. Leroy Butler, class of 22 Hall of Famer, safety for the Packers. Jaden Reed, wide receiver. All right. So that does put the Miami Dolphins on the clock here. Yeah, so this is this. I know the Packers at this point are getting weapons for Jordan Love because the Love era has officially begun. The pick is in for Miami. So we will wait to see what the pick is for the Miami Dolphins. So I'm just taking a look here now. Yeah, so if last night was a night of predominantly defense, tonight is a night of predominantly offense. We've had just taking a look here: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 players so far. Dolphins pick is being announced now. Teron Armstead is announcing the pick, and he's going on and on and on. Cam Smith. Cam Smith from South Carolina. And that will put the Seattle Seahawks back on the clock. We will see what happens there with them. Their pick's already in. Their pick is already in. That's what happens. That's what happens. You take a second, you breathe, you try to breathe, and nope. It's quite quick here. All right, so here comes the Seahawks announcement. KJ Wright, who won Super Bowl 48. He needs to cool it down. Zach Charbonnet, running back from UCLA. Chip Kelly product. Chip Kelly product there. Chicago Bears are on the clock. All right, so here we are. We are hanging out, waiting here. Thank you all so much for joining us. Please feel free to like and subscribe, share this live stream, tell your friends, hop on. Love to have you. Love to have you join us here. Again, Bird's Nest Media, we try to cover all things Philadelphia Eagles and NFL on a broader extent. Love to, again, have you join us here. The pick is in for Chicago. So we are waiting on that to be announced, and it went in right as a commercial, right as the commercial was broken to. So we are going to wait for that to happen. For that pick to be announced. Yep, but it's here we go. Yeah, so while we're in this commercial phase here, yeah, there was a giant grain of salt here. Take this with a giant grain of salt, but it looks like so Marcus Hayes, who he reports for the Philadelphia Inquirer. He said that there were, according to two NFL sources, Jonathan Gannon was giddy at an otherwise morose after party at the team hotel in Phoenix following Super Bowl 57. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'd believe that. Yeah, he unfortunately, is no longer. I mean, he's definitely no longer on any Philadelphia fans' nice list. Um, After the report that was announced that he was involved in tampering, we'll see what happens. We'll see. I mean, um, he did do a great job with keeping or with bringing the Eagles defense along on the 8-0 run and getting the Eagles defense to the NFC Championship game and to the Super Bowl. Um, we'll see what I mean. You don't necessarily want to believe everything that's said, and the report certainly isn't coming out of more tenured beat writers. So again, you can take that with a grain of salt, but something doesn't sit right with me about this whole Gannon thing. And remember, C.J. Gardner Johnson um, basically said after the game uh, that Gannon wasn't focused on the Eagles. His head wasn't in, or Gannon's head wasn't in the game. And we saw that in some of the coaching decisions that were made. They didn't have the support. So this report of anti-tampering makes sense. The pick is in. Um, okay, couple of things going on here. First, it looks like Kansas City is actually on the clock. So we've moved through. Based off of the draft set. All right, here's the pick for the Chicago Bears. Being announced by Devin Hester, legendary Chicago Bears player, wide receiver. Gervon Dexter Sr. Defensive tackle out of Florida. All right. Okay, so the pick is in for the Chargers. The Chargers have been off the clock. Their pick was already in. Um, the Chiefs are on the clock. Chiefs are on the clock at 55. So it looks like Detroit traded back. So that's the trade, at least fundamentally. There's definitely going to be extra compensation going to Detroit for that. I'm going to try and figure out what that compensation is. The LA Chargers. Tuli Tuipulotu. USC Edge. All right. So that will put Kansas City on the clock here. I wouldn't be surprised if their pick's already in. Trying to find what the terms of this trade are so we can talk about them. Their pick's already in. We'll do that little swap there. All right. Okay, it looks like the Lions got the 30, got the 249 overall. So that is the last regular pick in the 7th round. Make sure. I'm not missing anything here. And the 34th. Number 34, yep, that's a compensatory selection. They have the 18, yep, in the 5th. Okay. Oh, okay. All right, so here appear to be the terms. Okay, so Detroit goes back to number 63 overall in the 2nd round. Kansas City goes to 55. Detroit also gets the Detroit also gets the number 20, the 20th pick in the 4th round. That's 122 overall. This is very difficult to keep track with how things are going here, and they're not flashing up the trade terms anymore. Kansas City's pick is in. And it's very likely that the pick is in for the next team, which is actually Chicago. Jacksonville has traded back. Here comes the selection for the Kansas City Chiefs. Being announced by Ed and Brad Budd. Or Buddy family, sorry. Rashee Rice, wide receiver from SMU. They lost Juju Smith-Schuster, so this is going to be more of an impact role. I'm not going to be surprised if the pick's in for Chicago, so I'm just going to leave the pick as in for Chicago up at this point. All they're on the clock. It actually does not look like their pick is in yet. Alrighty, yep, their pick is in. Yeah, again, these late rounds, it goes quick. It goes very, very quick. All right, here comes Devin Schuster back out there again. They're about to announce the pick. Tyreek Stevenson. Alrighty, so that does put that puts the New York Giants on the clock. So the New York Giants we are waiting on their pick to be announced, to be submitted. And yep, their pick has just been inserted here. It has just been submitted. So once that pick is announced, it's going to be again. We're pretty close to the end here. We are pretty close to the bottom to the end of the second round. The pick is in for the New York Giants. One of the things I do like seeing is the set, because the set will give us a more clear idea of where we are in the draft. Here comes who is this? Who's this Gabone? Lawrence Tynes, who he was a former kicker. We're looking for the New York Giants to get off the stage, so announce the pick and get moving. Who's our? John Michael Schmitz. John Michael Jingleheimer Schmitz. He's a center out of Minnesota. And they have moved to they have shown the draft board, the draft room for the Dallas Cowboys, the Evil Empire, the Death Star, Doctor Evil, whatever imagery you want to use for that. The Dallas Cowboys pick is in, so we will await that announcement. Drew Pearson, Hall of Famer from the class of 2022. Okay, you can shut up. 5-time world champion. Yet I can buy all of their Lombardi trophies beers. Let's go. Move it along. Luke Schoonmaker. Tight end from Michigan. So that is the Dallas Cowboys selection. Yeah, we'll see what happens there. I mean, yeah, they're doing this. They're pointing out like they do a lot of tight end screens and what have you. All right, yeah, there we go. It goes back into the boardroom at the Death Star. Um, and it's going to commercial now. Buffalo Bills are on the clock. We are awaiting their selection. Their pick actually just arrived. Yep. So it's going to be when we come back from break, it's going to be Buffalo. Then it's going to be Cincinnati, and then Jacksonville will make their selection, and then it's going to be the Philadelphia Eagles. All right. So we're waiting here. Um, okay. So here we go. We're waiting. We've got. So again, this second round has been very offensively heavy. A lot of offensive players taken so far. Um, definitely pales in comparison. The defense, or unlike in the first round, where there were definitely way more defensive players taken. Um, the offensive players are going off the board in the second round here. All right, pick is in. Felix. They're showing Felix Anduke, the number 32, number 31 overall yesterday. Pick is in for Buffalo. Okay, so it's going to be Cincinnati. Just to clarify the order here, because it's been a little crazy. The Jaguars will pick after Cincinnati. Then the Eagles will be up, and then Detroit. Buffalo running back Fred Jackson. Osiris Torrance. He's an offensive guard out of Florida again. He is keeping the trend going when it comes to folks like when it comes to that there. Um, so the pick is in for Cincinnati, which means that perhaps more importantly, the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. The Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. We are waiting for the pick to be announced for the Cincinnati Bengals. All right, so let's recap some of these trades here because these trades have been crazy. Okay, here's AJ Green, former wide receiver for the Bengals. DJ Turner II, corner from Michigan. I apologize too. Again, I'm losing track a little bit. I am sorry. The Eagles are not yet on the clock. The Jacksonville Jaguars. We're awaiting their selection. There we go. All right. So Jacksonville is on the clock. Um, and their pick actually just went in, which now officially means that the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. And they're going to commercial. All righty. All right. So the pick is in for the Jackson. Let's take a look. Let's recap some of these picks here. Because this is. Let's recap some of these trades. Because these are some trade things here. Okay. All right. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So, all right. So we're caught up through whatever. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, in addition to getting the or forking over the 50th, they also fork over number 179, which is the second pick of the sixth round. They got that pick from Houston. All right, so we're caught there. The trade for the Chiefs. So the Chiefs traded up to number 55 overall, and they also get their number 194 in the sixth round. So the Lions got number 63 overall. So the Lions will close out the second round. The Lions also get number 122, which is a fourth round pick that Kansas City got from Miami. And they get number 249, which is the last regular pick in the draft entirely. The compensatory picks aside. Yeah. All right. So we are caught there. And then, okay, so the Chicago Bears. The Bears traded up to number 56. They traded that for Jacksonville. Jacksonville got number 61. That's the pick that's going to be announced momentarily. And they also got a fifth rounder this year, number 136. Number 136 overall, which is the first pick of the fifth round. All right, so that again, there's your draft trade summary here on night 2. So it has been busy. It has been very, very busy on a trade front there. All right, pick is in for Jacksonville. All right, we're waiting on the Jaguars pick to be announced here. This would be pick number 61 overall. Pick number 62 is the Philadelphia Eagles pick. So they are announcing the Jaguar selection now. That's going to be Fred Taylor, running back, is going to be announcing the Jaguars pick. We will see Trent Cole. Trent Cole, assuming the Eagles don't trade back, the Eagles will their Eagles pick will be announced by Trent Cole. Brenton Strange, tight end from Penn State. And that also means that the Eagles are officially on the clock. He's a tight end. All right, so we are waiting for the Eagles pick to be announced. This is going to be big. Who will the Eagles select with the... No, they will not. There has been a trade alert, and the pick is in. The Eagles are trading out of the second round. They are trading to the Houston Texans. The 62nd pick overall belongs now to the Houston Texans. What trade was made? Brian Cushing, linebacker, announcing the Texans pick. Juice Scruggs. Penn State having a day. Juice Scruggs. Hello, folks. If you're just joining us and you were hoping to see the Eagles pick, I've got bad news for you. You will not see it this round. I am waiting to hear what the terms of this trade are. I want to know when my team's picking. Okay, here it is. Oh, this is absolutely great. Okay, so it's pick 65. So the Eagles get 65. Number 188. And number 230. And now the Denver Broncos have traded in to this draft. The Denver Broncos have traded into this draft. I am dropping papers left and right. They're making the announcement here. I apologize, folks. My sincerest apologies. I try to make sure that we are doing things as professionally as possible here. All right. Okay. Marvin Mims. All right. So here we go. And all right, so we are through at this point the second round. So the second round is complete. If we have any time, I will go through that with all of you. Recap the second round here. Um, so we have to make some changes here. So the Chicago Bears are on the clock. The Chicago Bears. So again, picks in the third round are going to go much faster, folks. They're going to go much faster. It's 5 minutes. 5 minutes for the third round. All right. So number 65, number 188, and number 230 now belong to the Eagles. So number 65, of course, is the Houston Texans' third round pick. Their second pick of the third round. So they will pick. The Eagles will pick pretty quickly. The pick is in for the Chicago Bears, which does mean that the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. They're doing the God bless the USA, Lee Greenwood, as Commissioner Goodell goes by and shakes all the hands of the active duty military members that were brought in. But the pick is in for the Chicago Bears, which means that the Eagles will actually pick twice, folks. The Eagles are going to pick twice quickly here. Just waiting on this. All right, so the Broncos. So why did the Broncos traded up? So they traded up from their number three, from their third round. So they traded in. They traded the number 68 overall. So that's going to be the fifth pick of the third round. And they also traded the number 63, or they got the number 63 overall, which they used to grab Marvin Mims. The Lions get the number 68 overall. And they're also going to get a fourth rounder, pick number 138, which is one of the compensatory selections. No, it's not one of the compensatory selections. I apologize. Hang on. No, 138 comes in the fifth round. We'll sort this out. Here is the announcement of the Chicago Bears. Cole Bennett is making the announcement today for the Chicago Bears. Make the announcement. Zach Pickens. He's a defensive tackle out of South Carolina. All right. So what does that mean? Well, that means that the Eagles are on the clock. We're just going to leave this be here because right now the Eagles have 2 picks right in a row. The Eagles have the number 65 overall, which again that was Houston's, but they traded back. So it's about time here, folks. About time we see the Eagles on the draft board tonight, and we're going to see them 2 picks right in a row, 65 and 66. Waiting on that to be officially announced. What are the Eagles going to do? So the Lions are getting Denver's pick in the 4th round. If it's a 4th rounder, my suspicion is that there's a typo on the on NFL.com here. Because I'm looking at this, and pick number 138 doesn't come until the 5th round. So there's either doesn't come until the 5th round, and it's not Denver's to trade. So it could be pick number 139, which would be in the 5th round, which is less likely because that's 2 typos. Or it could be pick number all right. The 65th overall pick is in for the Eagles. So the Eagles have an opportunity to make the 66th overall pick too. The Eagles are still on the clock for number 66 overall, but 65 overall is in. 65 overall is in. So now the Eagles have a few more minutes to make a determination as to who they want to take for their 2nd pick of this round. Or do they want to trade this pick to somebody else? And do they want to trade this pick to somebody else and maybe gain some more draft capital? We'll see what happens here. All right, both selections are in. Both selections are in, which does put the Denver Broncos back on the clock here. All right, we're waiting here. Again, the Eagles still have plenty of needs on defense, but do the Eagles go offense here? Because of how quickly the picks move, it looks like they're just going to do one announcement for the Eagles picks. But both of the Eagles picks for this round are in. All right, here comes the Eagles selections. Trent Cole coming out to make the announcement. Leading the Eagles chant. Tyler Steen, tackle. Sidney Brown. So we're going offense and defense here for the Eagles. Offense and defense for the Eagles. I do like this pick. I do like these picks. It allows for some balance. The Denver Broncos are on the clock. It allows for some balance there. Again, it's consistent. The Eagles have needs on the defensive side of the ball. Even some of the safeties. I remember. I mean, we were talking with safety has some wide open opportunity there. But even learning from guys like Darius Slay or other folks who are getting not getting any younger. So that's what's going on there. So I like that on the defensive side of the ball, and then again getting a nice getting an offensive tackle or guard. Just thinking about again the fact that we've got some folks there. Lane Johnson is definitely not getting any younger. The pick is in for the Denver Broncos. The pick is officially in for the Denver Broncos. So that will put the Detroit Lions on the clock. But yeah, I do like this pick. I do like these picks. They allow for players to have an impact and have an impact right away. So that's going to be important for this team here. So what do you guys think? What do you think about these two picks for the Eagles? Do you think that the Eagles did the right thing in trading back to get trading back into the third round? Do you think that they should have held steady? Maybe traded up for another player that went earlier. Broncos are making their picks now. DeMarcus Ware is joining the making the pick. Drew Sanders. Linebacker from Arkansas. Linebacker from Arkansas, and that does mean that the Detroit Lions are on the clock. We will see what happens on that front there, what their selection is going to be. But yeah, I am a fan of these picks here. Sorry, I'm sorry if you heard a little bit of fuzz there with the microphone. I am a fan of these picks. Again, this is very consistent with how Howie likes to approach the draft. It's very consistent with trying to make sure that we've got players coming up through the ranks, learning, developing, growing, so that way when somebody like or when somebody like a Jason Kelsey or a Lane Johnson, or any of these other guys, a Fletcher Cox, a Darius Slay, when these guys decide, you know what, it's time to call it, there are players waiting in the wings, ready to make the selection, ready to step in there. It is it's interesting, folks. It is very interesting. We are through here. The Detroit Lions pick is in, so we are waiting for the Detroit Lions to step in here and announce and share what their pick is going to be. So as I was alluding to, it is most likely that the Lions actually got pick number 108 in the fourth round because, again, 138, A, doesn't come in the fourth round, and B, isn't Denver's to trade away. What I'm looking at here, I'm looking at a draft tracker, a trade tracker on NFL.com, and the trades are being a little rough, or the trade isn't exactly the most accurate there. It might be a little bit of a typo. Um, and again, yeah, looking here and looking at what Sidney Brown can do. Yes, so he's officially a cornerback. He was announced as a cornerback. But he could be a safety, and again, that's important. He played as a safety over in Illinois, and that's important. I mean, the Eagles do a great job of getting pressure on that front or from that front four. They do a really good job. Um, or that defensive line and the front seven, um, they do a really great job of getting pressure. So what they need is more coverage defensive backs, and that's why somebody like Sidney Brown, who's more of a safety but can also flex into the defensive back role, he's exactly what the Eagles need back there. So yeah, I am a huge fan of that pick here. Quarterback Hendon Hooker going to the Detroit Lions. He's a quarterback out of Tennessee. quarterback Hendon Hooker. The Lions have a quarterback. All right. So what that means is that the Houston Texans are on the clock. So we're waiting to see who the Houston Texans pick. And the pick is in for Houston. The pick is in for Houston. Appreciate your guys' patience here as we try to maneuver what's going on together. Houston Texans selection is being announced by Ryan Trahan, big time content creator. Yeah, I forgot to mention that the Tank Dell, wide receiver out of Houston. Yep. Alrighty. So the Houston Texans actually traded the got this in the trade to the LA Rams. So Houston likely had to give up the 73rd overall for that. Yes, they did have to give up the 73rd overall. We are waiting to figure out, waiting for the NFL to update what's going on this trade board here. This is ridiculous here. I keep refreshing this page for the trade terms, and I can't find anything. So that does put the Vegas Raiders on the clock, and their pick is actually in. Just waiting on this pick to be announced here. Who do we got? Byron Young, defensive tackle out of Alabama. This is shaping up to be. A more balanced draft range there. The Vegas Raiders have made their pick. The New Orleans Saints are on their clock, and then it's going to be. Looks like it's going to be Tennessee. The pick is in officially for the New Orleans Saints, so we'll go ahead and switch that back. Again, there are 5 minutes between picks here, and with commercial breaks and everything that the networks are taking, it's going to be we're probably not going to be seeing a lot of downtime between picks. Kendre Miller, running back from TCU. So that does put the Arizona Cardinals on the clock here. We're just waiting on the Cardinals pick to be officially entered. Okay, yeah. So here's where we're at, and the pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals. They're going to commercial. So what's next? We've got Arizona's on the clock now. Their pick will be announced once the commercial break ends. The Los Angeles Rams will then make their selection. Their Los Angeles Rams got their pick from Houston. And then the Browns are going to make their first appearance. The Cleveland Browns will make their first appearance in the NFL draft this year. And then Atlanta Falcons. Again, this is all barring any kind of trade here. All right, here's what it looks like. Number 69 overall went to the Houston Texans. The Los Angeles Rams got number 73 overall, and they got the 5th rounder, number 161. So that's where we're at. Okay. Craziness here tonight, folks. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for joining us here. I am doing my best to keep on top of all of this for you, so that way we can watch this together and just enjoy what's going on in the draft. Absolute craziness here. All right, let's recap this second round here. So, to the extent that we are able to, because this is going to be going pretty quickly. Pittsburgh opened up the draft. They're opened up the second round of the draft. They picked Joey Porter Jr., cornerback out of Penn State. Tennessee had the 33rd overall. They picked Will Levis, quarterback out of Kentucky. Detroit, Tennessee traded up for that. 34 overall, Detroit got Sam Laporta, tight end out of Iowa. The Las Vegas Raiders traded into the 35th overall spot. They got Michael Mayer, tight end out of Notre Dame. The Los Angeles Rams had the 36th overall pick with Steve Avila, guard out of TCU. 37th overall was Seattle. They picked Derek Hall, edge out of Auburn. 38th overall, Atlanta had Matthew Bergeron, tackle out of Syracuse. 39 overall, Carolina, Jonathan Mingo, wide receiver, Ole Miss. 40 overall, New Orleans Saints picked Isaiah Foskey, edge out of Notre Dame. 41st overall was Arizona. Arizona trading into that spot. They got B.J. Ojolari, edge out of LSU. 42 was Green Bay. They picked Luke Musgrave, tight end from Oregon State. 43 overall was the New York Jets. They picked Joe Tipperman, center out of Wisconsin, if I could read my own handwriting. 44 overall was Indianapolis. Indianapolis picked Julius Brents, corner out of Kansas State. 45 overall is Detroit. Again, Indianapolis traded into that spot, and Detroit traded into this spot, 45 overall. Brian Branch, safety out of Alabama. There was a little bit of intra-division trade going on there. 46 overall was New England. They picked Keon White, edge out of Georgia Tech. 47 overall, Washington Commanders. They picked Jartavius Martin, cornerback from Illinois. 48th overall, Green Bay traded back again. They gave that to Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay picked Cody March, guard out of North Dakota State. We will pause here for the Cardinals identification, or Cardinals selection. Garrett Williams. All right, so that does mean that the Los Angeles Rams are on the clock here. Things have slowed down slightly here. Slightly. Not much. Not much. And hello, there is a trade alert. There's a trade alert. The New York Giants have traded up. The New York Giants have traded up, and the pick is in. The pick is in for the New York Giants. Jalen Hyatt, wide receiver out of Tennessee. So that does put the Cleveland Browns on the clock. But that was a trade alert there, folks. All right, let's figure out here. Okay, so that does mean that the Los Angeles Rams traded all the way back, so they probably got a lot of draft compensation in this, unless there was a player involved. You can see all the excitement going on there in the Giants draft room. The pick is in for Cleveland. which does mean that Atlanta will hop on the clock here. Here's the first pick tonight for Cleveland. First pick of the draft for Cleveland. Cleveland makes their appearance. Hanford Dixon is making the pick. Announcing the pick is Hanford Dixon. It's a Browns corner. Cedric Tillman, wide receiver out of Tennessee. So a couple of teammates there going back to back. And that does mean that the Atlanta Falcons are on the clock. All right. Let's pick up where we left off here. Okay, Tampa Bay. So we were recapping the second round. So Tampa Bay traded into the 48th spot. They got Cody March, guard out of North Dakota State. Pittsburgh had 49 overall. Keanu Beaton, defensive tackle for Wisconsin. Green Bay finally made the pick at number 50. They picked Jaden Reed, wide receiver out of Michigan State. The pick is in for the Atlanta Falcons. So once that pick has been announced, the Los Angeles Rams will go on the clock. The Rams, the networks aren't commercial, so it's most likely we're not going to see we're not going to see much on clock time given again. There's 5 minutes between picks each or in the third and any subsequent rounds. All right, so Green Bay picked wide receiver Jaden Reed at 50 overall. 51 overall, Miami, Cam Smith, corner from South Carolina. 52 overall, Seattle, Zach Charbonnet, running back from UCLA. 53 overall, Chicago picked Gervon Dexter Sr., defensive tackle out of Florida. 54 overall is the LA Chargers. The LA Chargers picked Tui Tuipulotu, edge out of USC. 55th overall, traded up Kansas City. They picked Rashee Rice, wide receiver out of SMU. 56 overall was Chicago. They picked Tyreek Stevenson, corner out of Miami. 57 overall is the New York Giants. They picked John Michael Schmitz, center out of Minnesota. 58 overall, Dallas picked Luke Schoonmaker, tight end out of Michigan. 59 overall was Buffalo. Buffalo picked Osiris Torrance, guard out of Florida. 60 overall Cincinnati. They picked DJ Turner II, corner out of Michigan. 61 overall became Jacksonville's through a trade. They picked Brenton Strange, tight end out of Penn State. 62 overall, it was the Eagles, but they traded back with Houston. So Houston got Juice Scruggs, center out of Penn State. 63 overall was Detroit after the Kansas City trade, but then it became Denver through, again, trading back. So Marvin Mims, wide receiver out of Oklahoma. That was the second round. That feels like eons ago at this point. I'm sure at the end of this, I will recap all of that for you. There has been another trade. The New England Patriots. You know what? I think I might have flubbed something here. Yeah, I flubbed something. Okay, so the New England Patriots are actually on the clock right now. We're waiting for the Atlanta Falcons pick to be announced. that's going to happen there. I inadvertently said that I looked the line too far down, and I saw the Los Angeles Rams is pending. The Los Angeles Rams are not on the clock yet. The New England Patriots are on the clock. The Atlanta Falcons pick is in. We're waiting on that pick to be announced. So here we are. I'm also trying to figure out for you just exactly which trades are occurring here. All right. Falcon selection is being announced by Troy Vincent, former Eagle. Zach Harrison, edge rusher out of Ohio State. All right. Yeah, that is going to be that's a good pick for them. Um, okay. Patriots are on the clock, waiting on confirmation for their pick to be in. A little surprised again that there's even time for this. All right. And there was not much. The pick's already in. All righty. So we are waiting on the New England Patriots to announce their pick. Troy Vincent making all the announcements at this point. Marte Mapu. Linebacker out of Sacramento State. That'll be a good pick for them, I'm sure. And that does put the Los Angeles Chargers on the clock. I'm sorry, Los Angeles Rams. Their logos look so similar. And the pick is already in. Again, there's not going to be a ton of downtime in much of these later rounds here. So that the Los Angeles Rams will do that. Let's summarize here again some of these trades. So, all right. So the Texans, the latest trades here. Okay, here comes Troy Vincent again. Byron Young, linebacker out of Tennessee, is again another good pick for that team there, and that does put the Green Bay Packers on the clock. Byron Young. And the pick is in for the Green Bay Packers. The pick is in. Number 78 overall. Packers selection is being announced. Who's it being announced by? Leroy Butler again. Is being billed as the inventor of the Lambeau Leap. Tucker Kraft. Tight end out of South Dakota State. And that will put the Indianapolis Colts on the clock. Yep, so this is contrasting to recent years. The Packers are drafting a lot of receivers. Drafting a lot of receivers, and they didn't even do it in the first round. Here's all of the receivers now. Packers are going after weapons for Jordan Love to play with. We are waiting now at this point on the Indianapolis Colts to turn their pick in. That will happen pretty quickly, and it actually has just as we speak. So that will put the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock. So we're just now waiting on Tariq Glenn won Super Bowl 46 with Indianapolis. Josh Downs. Wide receiver out of North Carolina. Big pick. That's a good pick for them. And that does put the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock, back on the clock here. All right, let's take a look at these trades. Let's recap these trades here because these trades have happened pretty quickly, and the trades have impacted things. So here's where we're at. The Texans got the 69th overall pick. Nice. And which they used on Tank Dell. The Rams got the 73rd overall, and then the number 161, which came from Dallas. And the Rams then turned around and traded with the New York Giants. The Giants got the 73rd overall pick out of Houston, and then it was from Houston. And then the Rams received the number 3 overall, or the number 3, or number 89 overall. That's a third rounder. And then the number 128 out of the fourth round. So we're powering through here, folks. And there has been another trade. There's been another trade. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock. The Pittsburgh Steelers have traded with the Carolina Panthers, and the Carolina Panthers likely will get that pick in imminently. Yep, that pick is officially in. But that is a trade alert, guys. We've got a trade going on. The pick is in. Carolina has traded up just as I got finished. So that means that Pittsburgh is trading all the way down to 93, assuming they stay in this round. All right. So while we're waiting here, while we're waiting on the Carolina Panthers pick to be announced, so here's the Eagles draft class so far. So we've been through three rounds of Eagles picks. Most likely, I'm not seeing the next pick that the Eagles would have. Just skimming through here. Skimming through my notes. Next pick the Eagles would have would not come until the sixth round. How are we feeling? DJ Johnson. It's an edge out of Oregon. That's a good pick there for them. And then in the meanwhile, that does put Tennessee on the clock here. So we are hanging out there as they do that. We can get a glimpse into the Panthers draft room. We are waiting on the Tennessee Titans to make their selection or trade it away. I think I'm missing a paper. I think in my kerfuffling of the papers earlier, one of them got away from me. Yes, it did. A couple of them, actually. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. The next pick the Eagles have, assuming they don't make any moves, next pick the Eagles have will not come until the sixth round. All right, the pick is in for Tennessee. So that means that Tampa Bay is on the clock. So we're just hanging out here. Okay, so the point I was about to bring up. The Eagles draft class so far. We have 2 first rounders and 2 third rounders. The number 9 overall for the Eagles is Jalen Carter. And then the number 30 overall, Nolan Smith. Going a little bit of Georgia on the defense there. And then for the third round, we have Tyler Steen, tackle out of Alabama. Sidney Brown is the corner out of Illinois. What do you think? What do you think about this Eagles draft class so far? The Eagles have done, in my opinion, I think the Eagles are doing a pretty good job here. Here comes the Titans selection. Jason McCourty. Excuse me. Jason McCourty coming out there to make the announcement of the Tennessee Titans selection. Okay, you can stop talking now. Let's play the music. Make the announcement and get off the stage. Oh boy, he has definitely ruffled some feathers here. Talking about barbecue, talking about Tennessee barbecue in Kansas City. Okay, now you're just wasting time. Start playing the music. We are more than halfway through the third round. We're 3/4 of the way through the night here, folks. Tyjae Spears, running back out of Tulane. In that time frame, I guarantee you 3 teams have entered picks already. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. So now again, I was not anticipating a ton of running backs going. Certainly, we all probably anticipated Bijan Robinson was going to go. I know there were definitely Eagles fans that were hoping that he would be gotten. The pick is in for Tampa Bay. I know there were Eagles fans that were hoping that we would get him. Clearly, we did not. Yeah, so that's where we're sitting there on that front. So again, we kind of anticipated that the Eagles would not or would not get a. There wouldn't be a ton of running backs, but we're starting to see a lot more running backs go now. Tampa Bay's selection is being announced, and that's going to put Seattle on the clock. Super Bowl 37 MVP. Yaya Diaby. Yaya Diaby. Edge from Louisville. And that is going to put the Seattle Seahawks on the clock. Yeah. I feel like that's a song. Okay. Let's take a look here. Hopefully some of these trade things are getting updated. Alrighty. Okay, so we've got all right, so Panthers got the number 80 overall. And hello, yeah, there is a trade. There is a trade. And the pick is in for that trade. The Denver Broncos have traded with the Seattle Seahawks. All right. Yeah, we're waiting here. Waiting for news. Waiting for what's going on here. Um, rather annoyingly, there's no good draft trade tracker that's live. The closest one I can find is the NFL.com trade tracker, which is significantly delayed, and they've gotten away from putting the trade terms up on the TV. So pick is in for the pick is in for the Denver Broncos. We're waiting on that to be announced. That will be announced shortly. I'm going to clear out some of these tabs here because I think my computer is ready to explode. All right. Riley Moss. Riley Moss hopping in there. And that is going to put the Miami Dolphins on the clock here. Again, I'm not 100% sure what's going on here. When it comes to these trades, the pick is already in for Miami, so we'll just go ahead and just plop them on there. The next thing is so that would put the LA Chargers on the clock. And Devon Achane, running back out of Texas A&M. Okay, and that puts the LA Chargers on the clock. All right. Yep. So here we are. We are plugging through. We're reaching the final few picks here in the third round. Final picks of the night. We are at 85 overall. The LA Chargers are on the clock. They have just submitted their pick. Their pick is in. So we are awaiting the announcement on that front there, and that will put the Baltimore Ravens on the clock. So we're just waiting here. Here comes the Chargers pick selection. Dayon Henley, linebacker out of Washington State. So that is, so we're hitting that point there. We're starting to see college players that we haven't necessarily seen. But yeah, that's going to be an interesting pick. Um, all right. So the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock. Then it's going to go Minnesota, Jacksonville, and Los Angeles. That's the Los Angeles Rams. Um, it looks like Seattle wound up trading out of the third round in that Denver trade. Um, okay, yeah. So here's the details of that trade. So the Broncos get the 83rd overall, which they used on Riley Moss. No, hang on. Okay. Number 108 actually went to the Seahawks. Okay. And the Seahawks also get a third rounder in 2024. But this makes no sense. Because number 138 overall doesn't belong to Denver, and it's not in the fourth round. Still stuck on this trade to the Lions. This trade in the Lions where they got this pick. This trade makes no sense. I'm gonna skim through here. I want to look ahead. The draft order. Round 4. Okay. Okay, yeah. There's a typo. Yeah, it's okay. It's number 139 that Denver forked over. It's a fifth rounder, number 139. Denver handed that over to Detroit. That was going to bother me all night. That was bothering me all night. Perpetually. Pick is in for Baltimore. Yeah, so the whole thing made that was going that it was legitimately going to bother me that I couldn't figure out exactly which one it was because the NFL site was wrong. Okay, Ravens selection is in. Torrey Smith, who won Super Bowl 47 with Baltimore. And Torrey Smith also was on the Eagles for a little bit. Torrey Smith was, he was originally on the Baltimore Ravens. He won his first Super Bowl with them. But then he got sent over to the Philadelphia Eagles and won Super Bowl 52 with us. So we are incredibly happy to have him as part of our legacy there too. Baltimore Ravens picked linebacker Trenton Simpson out of Clemson. All right. Okay, so there we go. All right. So the Minnesota Vikings are now on the clock. And probably by the time I get their logo up, the pick's going to be in. No, that it's not, because there is a trade. There is a trade alert. The San Francisco 49ers have traded with the Minnesota Vikings. So there's no pick from the Minnesota Vikings. The San Francisco 49ers have submitted their pick. Their pick is in. So that will put the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock. The 49ers have joined the party. They were not going to pick for another round. Hang on one second here, folks. I appreciate your patience. Alrighty. Appreciate your patience here. I'm sorry about that delay. Um, on the clock right now is Jacksonville, and their pick is in. All right. Pick is in. Jaguars are on the clock. Jaguars have submitted their pick. The Los Angeles Rams are on the clock. So here we go. We've got running back Tank Bigsby out of Auburn. All right. Okay, so here we go. We have the Jacksonville Jaguars pick made. Tank Bigsby, another running back off the board. You can see Doug Peterson there celebrating the pick. We've got the Los Angeles Rams on the clock. We are waiting on their pick to be entered. They've got about it. This is the first time that we've actually had minutes appear on the countdown. It's about minute 40, thereabouts. And something may be happening because they just took the clock down. The pick is in. Nothing major. All right. The Rams have submitted their pick. I thought there was going to be a trade. I thought there was going to be a trade coming in. Nah, they just announced the pick. Alrighty, so that does mean that puts the Dallas Cowboys back on. So that does mean that the Dallas Cowboys are back on the clock. We're waiting on them to make their selection, but we first need to hear the announcement for what the LA Rams did. How is this draft going for you guys? You enjoying it? Yeah. Not enjoying it? The Rams have the 89th pick overall, and they have submitted that pick. So we are waiting on that pick to be officially announced. All right. So here's the details on the 49ers trade. The 49ers traded up to number 87, which they used to get Jair Brown, safety. The Vikings got pick number 102, which was going to be one of San Francisco's compensatory selections. So that is now Minnesota's. Number 164, the Vikings also got. That's a fifth rounder. Number 164. And then number 7, at round 7, they got a 7th rounder, number 222 overall. All right. So that's where things are. That's where things stand. The LA Rams pick is in. The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. We are waiting to hear what happens. Kobe Turner, defensive tackle out of Wake Forest. That is, again, that's a big move for them. So that puts the continues the theme here not so much the theme. It actually kind of runs a little bit against the theme here. But this is definitely a more balanced round than the draft here, the third round. The second round was definitely more offensive heavy. The third round has been a little bit balanced. We've seen players go on both sides of the football. So the pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys. So that will put Buffalo on the clock, barring any unforeseen moves like another trade or anything to that effect. Drew Pearson. I looking at the stats here. He caught the first ever Hail Mary in 1975 from Roger Staubach, and he's now announcing the Cowboys' 90th overall pick. DeMarvion Overshown, linebacker out of Texas. Alrighty, so that means that Buffalo is on the clock here. All right. Buffalo is on the clock, and Buffalo's pick is in. Buffalo's pick is officially in. So that is huge. So that we're seeing into the Dr. Evil zone or the boardroom on the Death Star, whatever you want to do. I do like the Dr. Evil analogy because they are the center of all evil in the NFC East, but they're also clowns. And it's absolutely hilarious to see them flame out and burn every year. So it is a ton of fun there. Alrighty, Buffalo's selection is being announced by some guy. I guess another content creator. Josh Richards, he's a Canadian influencer. Dorian Williams, linebacker out of Tulane. That'll be a good pick for them. Help them break some more tables. Cincinnati is on the clock. So we're just hanging out here. Again, what are you thinking about this draft? We have 4 more picks left in 4 more regular picks plus 7 compensatory picks in the third. What are you thinking? How is this draft going for you? We happy? We not happy? What are we thinking here? Do we like the especially the Eagles draft class? The Eagles have made some stuff here. There is a trade alert. The Cincinnati Bengals have traded their pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs are now on the clock, and the pick is in. The pick is in for the Kansas City Chiefs. That is a trade alert. So Kansas City moves up 3 spots. take Cincinnati's pick, and then Cincinnati's obviously going to get some compensation for that. We'll find out what that compensation is whenever somebody decides to tell us. All right, the pick is in. The Chiefs selection is being made. It's being announced now. The commissioner is coming out with an entourage. Bringing out some member of the Kansas Army National Guard to make the selection, and his family. I'm sorry, they're bringing out the family of Master Sergeant Dagand, who it looks like he might have. Looks like he was killed in action there. Wanya Morris, tackle from Oklahoma. All right, so they slip up there and grab that, and that will put the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock. So that puts the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock. Yeah, so I mean, I think I'm taking a look here as we as we look at that. I do think the as we look at this, I think the Eagles draft class so far this year is shaping up to going to be really good. It's going to be it. We've got We're adding depth at the lines. We'd like to have that strong, that sturdy offensive and defensive line. I mean, we need to control the line of scrimmage. That's how we win games. Is we run the ball effectively and then we stop the run. We run the ball effectively, and especially that's one of the reasons why that little tush push quarterback sneak play is so effective, because we're able to do it in such a way that because we're able to do it in that way because we have the offensive line. The pick is in for Pittsburgh. So we have that sturdy offensive line that's basically like having 5 refrigerators or 5 bulldozers in the front there. So we're able, and then Jalen Hurts is able to power behind them. So having that sturdy offensive line helps us really, really helped us really control that. And then on the defensive side, being able to stop the run, being able to break through the offensive line, or having our defensive line be able to break through the offensive line, our front four, our front seven, be able to get the pressure onto the opposing quarterback. That's going to be huge. That's huge. That's how we control the game. That's how we control the tempo of the game, is in the trenches. So it is gigantic there. So that it's gigantic for us. Yeah, so that's, I mean, it's absolutely uh, absolutely exciting. Cannot wait. Um, cannot wait for any of this here. I do think that this draft class is gonna, and they're coming in, these linemen, these defenders, um, and Tyler Steen and Sidney Brown. They're coming in at a great time because they're able to learn from guys who've been in the league for years. I mean, Jason Kelsey, Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox, Lane Johnson all go back to, Fletch and Brandon Graham and Jason Kelsey all go back to the Andy Reid era, and then Lane Johnson was the first person drafted in the Chip Kelly years. It was drafted during the first year of the Chip Kelly era. So these guys, they've been around and they do well, and they know what the mistakes are, and they're able to offer the guidance that these guys need. So that way, when these players wind up going off into retirement, there's a backfill. There are folks ready to take over. The Pittsburgh Steelers pick is in. We are waiting on the announcement for the Steelers pick. And then it's going to be the Steelers, and then it's going to be Arizona. Remember that, again, due to the anti-tampering violation that occurred with Jonathan Gannon, the Eagles and the Cardinals swapped picks, so the Cardinals are going to do that. Darnell Washington, tight end out of Georgia. I'm sorry, out of Georgia. I wrote it down wrong. So that does put the Arizona Cardinals on the clock here. We are waiting for their pick to be entered. Again, so yeah, the Arizona Cardinals and the Philadelphia Eagles swapped third round picks because of the anti-tampering violation. So that's what's happening there. So that's why the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock right now, so late in the game. But yeah, this was no bueno. The pick is in. What was no bueno was the anti-tampering stuff, and I mean, you could tell the way the shortness of how both Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni addressed the media or addressed that question with the media. You could tell that they really are not fans. Really are not fans of that. I mean, we talked a little bit earlier. Cardinal selection is coming in. Michael Wilson, wide receiver out of Stanford. Michael Wilson, wide receiver out of Stanford. That is that, and that puts the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock for the final regular pick. We do have some compensatory picks that will be coming in. That will be coming in at the end of the third round here. Yeah, but you can tell that Howie and Nick were not happy about the anti-tampering stuff. May not have even been happy that they had to give up a fifth rounder. All right. So the next pick is in. So the Cincinnati Bengals pick is in. So we're now waiting. So what's going to happen now is we're going to have some compensatory picks. So Arizona, it would be back on the clock because they have a compensatory pick. And here comes the commissioner out with a veteran. Vietnam War veteran. USA chants going among the crowd. Jordan Battle, safety out of Alabama. All right. And that will put the Arizona Cardinals again, that they go back on the clock. So we are now in what are referred to as compensatory selections. Compensatory selections, unlike regular, so every team gets one selection each round, and they can do what they want with that. They can use it, they can trade it. And it and actually looks like uh, the Arizona Cardinals have actually just traded that pick to Detroit. Broderick Martin, defensive tackle out of Western Kentucky. So that does put the Washington Commanders on the clock. Okay, so remember how the compensatory selections work. So everybody gets one pick per round, right? So and that one pick is assigned based off of your standings, and it's in reverse order. So the theoretical worst team over the course of the year gets the number one overall. The Super Bowl winning team gets the number 32 overall. The pick is in for the Washington Commanders. They just took a break. So the so everybody gets one of those, and you can do what you want with that. You can trade that to another team, or you can use it you can use it, and I mean we've seen both happen. We see that happen all the time in the NFL draft. We see that all the time outside of the NFL draft. That's why teams are able to accumulate draft capital to build the team that way. The compensatory picks, though, they serve a slightly different function. They're designed to help keep teams competitive when they lose free agents. So when contract expires, teams have the option, of course, to extend them, like the Eagles did with Jalen Hurts, or not extend them and let them walk and sign with another team, as they did with Javon Hargrave. To name a couple of those examples. And they actually did a lot. The Eagles did a lot of that this free agency. They signed who they could. They let walk who they needed to let walk. So the way that it works is that the NFL looks at all of the players that walk in a particular free agency period. So right now we're in the free agency period for the 2023 to 24 NFL season. Once that free agency period expires, which will happen at some point during the course of this season, I forget exactly when the free agency period expires. But once the free agency period expires, the NFL will review effectively the performance of the free agents that left individual teams. And what will happen is they will make a determination as to compensatory picks to try to keep these teams that lost some really good free agents, try to keep them competitive. So there's a proprietary formula that the NFL uses that can utilize a wide variety of factors. But what will happen is every year before the draft, the NFL will announce the number of compensatory selections that each team gets, and it's based off of the free agency period from the preceding season. So the 2023 NFL draft, these compensatory selections that are being made are based off of free agents that left prior to the 2022 season. Make sense? So the Eagles had a lot of free agents leave. We are expecting some compensatory picks for those players. We don't know what those compensatory picks will be until they actually happen, but we're expecting them. They will manifest in the 2024 NFL draft. Commanders pick Ricky Stromberg, center out of Arkansas. So that does put the Cleveland Browns back on the clock. We are down to the final 5 picks of this draft, or of this draft round. This night 2 of the NFL draft. Again, you can see. Last night we were here pretty much until about midnight. Here it's 11 o'clock, and here 11 o'clock here on the East Coast in the Philadelphia area, and we're almost done. Almost done. The pick is already in for Cleveland. Pick is already in for Cleveland. We are waiting for that pick to be announced, and it is going to be announced. Siaki Ika, defensive tackle out of Baylor. And that puts the San Francisco 49ers on the clock.